It's been a struggle at times this season for the Cubs, but they haven't given up, taking things one inning at a time. And driven deep to left for Ramirez. It's gone! He's tied it up at 4. The pitch. Cubs win! Cubs win! Starlin Castro does it. The Northsiders go for 3 in a row. Next. We are live on the north side of Chicago for Cubs baseball on Comcast Sportsnet. Rally towel night, and the fans might need them here early on to wipe off their seats. It's overcast, a little rainy, but we will have Cubs baseball. The Brewers and Cubs in Game 3. Hi again, everyone. Bob Brenly and Len Casper with you. Tarp is on the field. We will start late. It's not raining at the moment, but they are expecting a hopefully short shower here in the next few minutes. Bob, another big win for the Cubs last night. 2 one-run wins in this series, and last night it was Starlin Castro, the hero.
Well, it seems like Starlin Castro has been the hero a number of times this year when the Cubs have played good baseball. Last night was no exception, really driving the ball, a wind blowing straight in from right center field. Hit a double to the gap in left center, and then later in the ball game, a drive to right center against a drawn-in 5-man infield to drive home Tony Campana with the game winner. I'll tell you, Len, a lot of times we forget this is a 21-year-old man in his first full season at the major league level. He does everything well on the field. Second on the team when batting and runners in scoring position. He's third in the National League in hits, 24 multi-hit games. He's doing it all.
Unfortunately, his double play partner, Darwin Barney, is on the disabled list with a sprained knee. Alfonso Soriano back from the DL, not in the lineup, but available off the bench tonight. And, Bob, we should give a plug for Aramis Ramirez. Maybe his best game of the year last night.
Yeah, he looked really good, driving the ball well. His swing at times can get a little long, but lately he's been very short, quick to the ball, and he's been able to handle anything they're throwing to him.
Yeah, Aramis tied the game with a 2-run shot in the 8th inning. Let's talk about the starting pitchers. For Milwaukee, it'll be a left-hander, Chris Narveson, and he didn't give up a run the last time he faced the Cubs.
Yeah, Chris Narveson kind of comes in under the radar with this Brewers pitching staff, but he was really good against the Cubs early in the season. 7 innings of 6 hits, shutout baseball, coming off a real solid outing against the Cardinals when he went 8 and shut them out on 6 hits.
That was April 9th against the Cubs. The night before, Carlos Zambrano beat the Brewers.
Yeah, you know, Big Z loves pitching up there in Milwaukee, and he had a string of 3 consecutive quality starts. It was broken last time out of Philadelphia. You may recall he had actually pitched pretty good up until that last inning, 3 walks and a grand slam.
So Milwaukee fortunate. The Cardinals were off the other night, and St. Louis lost last night, so the Brewers are still tied for first. The Cubs 10 back, but still a long way to go. Coming up when we do get started, it'll be Carlos Zambrano making his 15th start of the season, and he looks for career win number 14 against the Brewers. Big Z and the Cubs taking on Milwaukee coming up. Sportsnet. We're going to start here in a couple of minutes, so about an hour, 40-minute rain delay or so. Field looks to be in very good shape. As the umpiring crew stretching out as we get set for Game 3. Let's head back to last night as the Cubs won in the 10th inning. Our Coors Light freeze camp. Tony Campana scored the game-winning run. And you got the big pile up in the middle of the field. He's trying to figure out a way to get in the middle of it.
He's like the run of the litter at mealtime, just trying to find a way to get in the middle of things. Tried to go over the top. That didn't work. Tried to duck under the bottom. Eventually just lowers his head and pushes the whole pile.
Freeze Cam is brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer. Now the Milwaukee Brewers Southwest starting lineup, written out by Ron Renicky. It's the first time they've lost 2 in a row in over a month. Weeks, Morgan, Braun at the top. Fielder, McGee, Hart in the middle. Betancourt, Lucroy, and the pitcher at the bottom. Same lineup 1 through 8 as we saw last night.
Let's take a look at our Cubs Suzuki defense tonight. Blake DeWitt once again in left field. Reed Johnson in center. Lou Montañez over in right field. It'll be Ramirez and Castro on the left side of the infield. DJ LeMahieu and Jeff Baker on the right side of the infield. Giovanni Soto doing the catching tonight for our Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher Carlos Zambrano. Mentioned a long time ago in the open of the show, he had 3 consecutive quality starts. Last time out against the Phillies was on his way to a quality start, but the last inning he lost the strike zone, walked 3 Phillies hitters, ultimately gave up a grand slam home run to Placido Polanco. The numbers looked a lot worse than the performance itself, even though he walked 7 batters in that game.
Umpires tonight, Ed Hickox will be behind the plate. Ed Rapuano, the crew chief. Brian O'Nora and Alfonso Marquez around the bases. Ed Hickox was back at the plate for the Matt Garza no-hitter on July 26th of last year.
One thing to keep an eye on with Big Z tonight, Len, 128 pitches against the Phillies last time out. That was the most pitches he's thrown in a game since May of '08. See if it has any ill effect on his performance here tonight. I would anticipate it will not.
And here comes Ricky Weeks to lead it off. Weeks had 3 hits, including an RBI double last night in 6 trips. Zambrano with the first pitch. It's low and outside, and we are finally underway. In terms of the wind for the first pitch, this is as calm as it could ever be here at Wrigley Field. As strange as it is to say after a rain delay, it's almost like we're playing indoors right now. The weather's not a factor at the moment.
A little bit of fog hanging over Wrigley Field, but absolutely no wind.
Fouled right at the plate. .63 degrees, but it's comfortable because of the lack of wind. And the 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2.
Good off-speed slider that time from Big Z. That's something he's done a lot more of this year than he's ever done in his career. Change speeds on that breaking pitch. Sometimes it'll be a big, sweeping, slurvy breaking ball. When he throws it harder, it looks almost like a cutter.
A good piece of hitting by Weeks. He may have gone out of the strike zone and will pick up a leadoff double as Montañez had a little trouble with it. Down that right field line would have been 2 bases either way. So leadoff double for Weeks.
That's good defensive hitting right there. That pitch is well off the plate, about letter high, a foot off the outside corner. Just sticks the bat out there, flips it down the right field line for a leadoff double. Look for Nigel Morgan to bunt that ball to the right side of the field right here and move Weeks to third base.
Second consecutive start for Morgan in this series, and he swings away and hits a tough ball in the hole for a base hit. Once he got it by Ramirez, Castro had no chance because of Morgan's speed. And then an infield hit. Weeks did not advance.
Boy, talk about a jam shot. That ball right in on the knuckles of Nigel Morgan. Just fisted it out there past Aramis Ramirez. By the time Castro got to it, no chance to get the speedy Morgan at first.
And now it's Ryan Braun with Prince Fielder behind him. Braun with 2 hits, 2 steals, and an RBI in the series. Cubs have done a nice job against Braun and Fielder. Fielder without a hit. He has walked 4 times, but hasn't really done much damage other than a sacrifice fly last night. Tapper foul, 0-2. Braun signed a 5-year extension back in April. He's now signed through 2020 with a mutual option for 2021. Well, I just hope we're still around by the time his contract ends. Trying to do the math. Pick off almost. Really, almost got Ricky Weeks.
We could almost sense that coming. Carlos Zambrano kept looking back to his middle infielders to see if either one of them thought they could sneak in there quickly enough to pick Ricky Weeks off the bag. LeMahieu ends up breaking from his second base position, but Weeks just back in ahead of the tag.
Maybe a little high on the 0-2. Now a ball and 2 strikes. Hour 42-minute rain delay. Weeks with a double to start it. Morgan with an infield single, and now a 1-2 pitch coming up to Ryan Braun. Here it is. That evens it up at 2 apiece.
Well, we're checking the stats, partner, but I'm pretty sure that we consume more cookies in a rain delay than any other broadcast crew in baseball.
Yeah. Working on the sugar high at the moment. I was trying to find the oatmeal cookies because oatmeal's good for you, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's a health food.
If you say so, I'll buy it. You try to make constructive use of your downtime while we're waiting for the rains to stop, but ultimately we end up in the lunchroom.
I think it's very constructive eating cookies. Swing and a miss. That's a big one. As he got him on a slider.
Once again, not only a slider, but an off-speed slider. Really took a lot off it, got a little bit more break, moved it out toward that outside corner, and gets a swing and a miss from one of the best RBI guys in the National League.
Here is the best RBI man in the league, Prince Fielder. And he looks at a strike. Leads the league in RBIs and extra base hits. He's second in home runs, second in total bases.
Big numbers for Fielder against Carlos Zambrano. 43 at bats, 3 homers, 15 base on balls, hitting just under 350.
Zambrano's 13-8 in his career against the Brewers, and he's 4-0 since July 29th, 2008. That covers 8 starts. Fake towards second, just to keep an eye on Weeks.
Now that's one other benefit of this exaggerated pull shift for Prince Fielder. You've got Starlin Castro positioned relatively close to the bag out there at second. It's going to be tough for Ricky Weeks to get that big lead off.
Casey McGee is on deck. First and second, 1 out, just underway. Looks like they're going in. And it's in and low to fill up the count at 3-2.
Another good stop by Giovanni Soto. That pitch down near the back foot of Prince Fielder. Got a little bit behind Gio, but he pounced on it so quickly Weeks could not advance to third base.
We'll see if the runners will be on the move here. Weeks and Morgan on a 3-2. They are not. He got him on the inside corner for strike 3.
Z obviously catches Prince looking for something else. That comeback sinker started off the inside corner. A lot of late movement brings it right back to the inside corner at the knees.
So it's McGee with 2 outs. Three for 9 with a run knocked in the first 2 games. Really got jammed. Soto just can't get there. No, it's a foul strike, 0-2.
Another tailing fastball. He hit that about an inch above his hands, but unfortunately didn't pop it very high in the air. By the time Soto realized where the ball was, he just couldn't catch up to it over there in front of the Brewers dugout.
Z with back-to-back Ks against Braun and Fielder, and he has McGee down 0-2. Here's the pitch. Called strike 3. Boy, what a way to get out of the inning. As Zambrano strikes out 3, 4, and 5 in the Milwaukee order. The Cubs are coming up. Nobody out on the top of the first. It's a Cubs Southwest starting lineup. Chris Narvis, the left-hander, will face Castro in the leadoff spot. Johnson just off the DL yesterday. Jeff Baker came off 2 days ago. Ramirez at third, Soto catching. Montañez in right for Fukudome. Blake DeWitt is in left. Soriano available off the bench. LeMahieu at second, and Big Z hitting ninth.
Quick look at the Brewers defensively. Ryan Braun, Niger Morgan, Corey Hart across the outfield. Casey McGee, Unieski, Betancourt, Ricky Weeks, and Prince Fielder third to first across the infield. Jonathan Lucroy doing the catching tonight for left-hander Chris Narveson. Narveson with a fastball changeup combination. He does throw a curveball to the left-handed hitters, a very occasional rare slider. His changeup is by far his best pitch.
"29 years old, 6'3", 205. There you see the repertoire of this left-hander.
Got a little hitch in his giddy up too, Len. He'll start his delivery, drop his hands way down below his belt, and then right there, just a little delay as he starts his stride toward home plate. A mechanical thing that he does to get his arm in a good throwing position, but also to throw off the timing of the hitter.
He has never lost to the Cubs, 4-0 with a .270 in 10 games, including 3 starts. There's the first strike of the night, 3-1 to Castro. There's Alfonso Soriano, just back from AAA Iowa and off the disabled list. Wet conditions tonight. Mike Quaddy's just going to give him a day to get settled in. He had the quad injury as Castro swings and misses and strikes out. A strained left quad. Sorry went just 1 for 13 with AAA Iowa covering 3 games. But he's now back with the Cubs.
He's also 1 for 9 lifetime against the Brewers lefty Chris Narveson. They're going to give him one more day, let him get acclimated. As you mentioned, the wet field. The outfield really took a lot of rain today. The tarp was over the infield, as you can imagine, throughout the delay, but the outfield is a little wet.
Reed Johnson takes a strike. Johnson activated from the DL last night, so you had Baker Monday, Johnson Tuesday, Soriano Wednesday. A pop-up behind first fielder will get it. Follow all of tonight's stats and info in real time with Cubs in-game live only at csnchicago.com. Brought to you by Honda. So that's the good news. The 3 veterans coming back. The bad news is Darwin Barney has gone to the disabled list with a left knee sprain. Suffered on a slide to the plate when he scored the game-winning run Monday night. Had an MRI yesterday which revealed the injury, and it sounds on the surface like it's a 15-day injury. Really, maybe not even 15, but the Cubs didn't want to play short for a week or a week and a half. So if all goes well and nothing gets worse, we would expect to see Barney back in 2 weeks.
Well, and that position is more than covered. Obviously, you'd love to have Darwin Barney out there the way he's played this season, but Jeff Baker, DJ LeMahieu, who's starting in second base tonight, Blake DeWitt, all capable of playing second base. It's the play you were talking about. The fielder's choice off the bat of Aramis Ramirez, and right there you could see the left knee bang into the dirt around home plate as he went in on his belly underneath the tag.
I'm sure he didn't feel it at that moment, but he did later. Baker starting tonight, hitting exactly 544 at bats this season against lefties. And he drills that ball to deep left center. Gone. Halfway up the bleachers, it's 1-0.
He loves the lefties. His second home run of the season comes on an elevated fastball at 88 miles an hour. That's a fence-high fastball to Jeff Baker, and he absolutely crushed it to left center field.
Aramis Ramirez tops one to Casey McGee, who charges, throws in the dirt. Fielder can't dig it out, and Ramirez is safe. The error goes to McGee.
Oh, just pounded down into that soft dirt in front of home plate. McGee got to it quickly. His throw, however, in the dirt to Big Prince Fielder. He's unable to pick it. That appeared to be one of those where if you stretch out a little bit further, you smother that short hop rather than stay back close to the base and try to play that in-between hop.
Giovanni Soto homered last night. He hits the first pitch to Ricky Weeks. And his throw is right on the money to end the inning. Jeff Baker with a 2-out home run into the bleachers in left center, and the Cubs strike first. Here at Wrigley. Be sure to arrive early as the first 10,000 fans receive Cubs sunglasses, compliments of Pepsi. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Nice little momentum shift. Looked like the Brewers were going to have a big first inning, but Carlos Zambrano got a strikeout pitch working. Got out of it, and then the Cubs got a run in the bottom of the first on a Jeff Baker homer. Corey Hart swings and misses at a slider as we start the second. Good movement on the sinker.
Well, then we've had a lot of nights here at Wrigley in the early going this season where you could just throw the ball up and out over the plate and let hitters pound it in the air. It wasn't going to go anywhere with the wind blowing in, but by all indications and by looking at Jeff Baker's drive to left center, that ball is going to jump tonight. Very important to keep it down, keep it out of the middle of the plate. That's a good miss right there. Tried to throw that backdoor sinker. If you're going to miss further away.
3-2. Betancourt will hit next. Ramirez will field, and his low throw dug out by Baker. Betancourt 3 hits in the set as he digs in. He's hitting 7th in front of the catcher Jonathan Lucroy. Split doubleheader in Philadelphia today, and the Phillies beat the Marlins 8-1 in Game 1, sending Florida to its 15th loss in 17 games. And in Game 2, Florida with a 4-1 lead in the 4th inning, a 4-2 lead in the 9th, and the Phillies have tied it in the bottom of the 9th. So Leo Nunez has blown the save tonight. Roy Halladay gave up 4 runs in 7 innings, but he'll get a no decision. Well, the wheels have just fallen off for the Marlins. A pop-up DJ LeMahieu out in shallow right.
Well, that Florida skid has already cost one coach his job. Continues continues much longer. We may see a few other heads roll down there in South Florida.
Cardinals, of course, the bullpen gave it up last night, and they got blown out tonight 10-0 by the Nationals. Livan Hernandez, a complete game 3-hit shutout, 105 pitches. No walks, 6 strikeouts. Cardinals went 3 for 29 tonight against the veteran right-hander. 1-1 on Jonathan Lucroy. Well, it didn't hit him. Breaking ball at 70 miles an hour.
And more bad news for the Cardinals. Alan Craig has been diagnosed with a fracture in his right kneecap.
It's not good news for them, but for the Cubs here, Carlos Zambrano's retired 6 in a row since those back-to-back hits to start the game.
You're talking about Tony Campana. It's always high speed. A little bit of a stumble right there before he got to first base, but turns on the Jets. The head first slide ahead of the throw from Ryan Braun. Kosuke Fukudome then bunted him up to third base, and Starlin Castro drove him in to win the ball game.
The comment after the game, did you see that? He said he'd challenge anybody in the league to a foot race. I'll take my chances with Tony. One and 0 to Lou Montañez, playing right. Two and one. Narveson went 3-0 on the leadoff man in the first inning before eventually striking out Castro. He's gone 3-1 on Montañez to begin the second, and he hits it foul. Nice crowd tonight. They had to wait an hour and 42 minutes. That one thumped to center, but it's caught by Morgan. The new Bud Light Bleachers series provides fans with exciting new opportunities in the Bud Light Bleachers this season, including free T-shirt Mondays, $3 12-ounce draft Bud and Bud Light Tuesday nights, and $1 Vienna beef hot dog Wednesdays. Tuesday night special also available in select locations in the seating bowl. For more info and to purchase tickets, go to Cubs.com. Blake DeWitt pops it up, and it will get just behind the on-deck circle and out of play. Reds swept the Dodgers 7-2 the final today. Travis Wood over Chad Billingsley. Scott Rowland, 3 hits, 3 RBIs for the Cincinnati Reds. That kicks off the glove of Weeks, and a nice play by Betancourt, but he throws late. And DeWitt is on. An error on Ricky Weeks. 2 errors by the Brewers infield here early on.
I really don't think it's due to the conditions. Roger Baird and his grounds crew obviously had the field covered during the heavy rains. You can see that diamond dry surface out there everywhere. Ricky Weeks just plays it off the heel of his glove. And by the time Betancourt gets to it and throws on to first, Blake DeWitt is on.
Strike one on DJ LeMahieu. Chance to move around the infield. Made a start at third. First career action at first. And he gets the nod at second tonight. Ground ball. Under the glove of Casey McGee and into left. An error on McGee, his second.
Didn't see any bad hop or anything. It looked like Casey McGee just didn't get his glove down to the ground as that ball scooted past him into left field. Back-to-back errors by the Brewers infield. Yeah, he just fanned on it right there.
Back-to-back errors, and here's Z. Batting right-handed against the lefty, Narveson. Off to a really good start at the plate. And he went after a changeup for strike one.
We talked about it with Giovanni Gallardo hitting in that 9 spot for the Brewers last night. You have to respect him as a hitter because of his past experience and the way he swings the bat. Same thing goes with Carlos Zambrano pitching for the Cubs tonight, especially with runners on base.
Casey McGee now has 13 errors on the season among all players. Starlin Castro and Mark Reynolds, only two guys with more, with 14 apiece, as Zambrano swings and misses. Z has 22 career home runs, most among all Cub pitchers in franchise history, and the most by a pitcher in baseball since Bob Gibson retired in 1975 with 24 home runs. Struck him out. Two down.
Coming into this game, Len, the Brewers were firmly in the middle of the pack in the National League in fielding percentage. They'd made 36 errors as a team coming into play tonight, but they'll move down the totem pole a little bit after this performance.
Castro won the game last night with the big hit in the 10th inning. Long look by Narveson, gets a sign from Lucroy. Narveson, a former second-round pick of the St. Louis Cardinals out of Asheville, North Carolina in 2000. Pitched on a World Series champion, the Cardinal team in 2006. Just 5 appearances and 1 start. Ready for a 2-1. The liner is handled by Betancourt, and that'll end the inning. Milwaukee's committed 3 errors on the infield over the first 2 innings. It's 1-0 Cubs. One strike on Chris Narveson. 0-2. Zambrano's last start, deceiving might not be the best word, but he was okay until the 7th inning when he gave up a grand slam. That really skewed his line. He gave up 7 runs. Placido Polanco hit that grand slam. 1 away, 4 strikeouts, first time through the order.
Boy, and pitchers love that when you face a light hitting pitcher to start an inning. It's like having dessert before your meal. Just work your way through Chris Narveson quickly on as few pitches as possible and then go to work on the top of the Brewers order.
Weeks began the game with a double to right. Morgan followed with an infield hit, and then Z engineered 3 straight strikeouts. Braun, Fielder, and McGee to end the inning. That's foul.
When you think of the 2 base hits, a good piece of hitting by Ricky Weeks, but it was on a pitch way up and out of the strike zone. He just punched it down the right field line, and Niger Morgan got jammed so badly nobody on the Cubs infield could make a play on it. Big Z came back to strike out the 3, 4, 5 hitters in this potent offense to get out of the inning unscathed.
Previous to his last start, he had pitched well in the few starts before that. He has not won since May 26th. Under the back-to-back blown saves in his starts as Johnson can't get it. And Weeks around second, on his way to third. They've got a shot at him. He is out. DJ LeMahieu with a perfect relay throw to get Ricky Weeks. Montañez to LeMahieu to Ramirez.
Boy, a perfectly executed relay. Nice effort by Reed Johnson with the diving attempt out there in right center field. Just comes up a little bit short. Montañez had a little problems picking the baseball up, but got it to DJ LeMahieu, who makes a perfect one-hop throw to Ramirez for the out at third base. Nicely done.
It was 9-4-5 to get Weeks, who has doubled twice in this game. Well, he really went in there hard.
Yes, he did. Saw how he had his arms up as well. It looked like he was trying to either block the vision of Aramis Ramirez or maybe let the ball hit him as he's sliding into third base. What a perfect relay throw from LeMahieu.
Morgan swings and misses, and the inning is quickly over. He's got good stuff working tonight. Got some help from his defense in the third. It's 1-0.
Mayhew, watch how he turns his body so his shoulder is facing third base as he receives the throw. He's already in a good position to make that throw onto Aramis Ramirez at third base. A lot of times that infielder will go out in a cutoff position and be facing the outfielder as he takes the throw. LeMahieu did it the proper way. Once you see that throw in the air, turn your body to the side so you're ready to release that ball to your target.
Johnson, Baker, and Ramirez here in the Cubs' third. Bunted foul. We have a scoring change by Bob Rosenberg. Official score has given Blake DeWitt a hit. And taken an error away from Ricky Weeks. Johnson pops it up. This is playable for fielding.
On DeWitt's ball, a ground ball up the middle. Ricky Weeks went over, tried to make the swipe backhanded play. It hit off the heel of his glove. Well, it would have been a tough play for Weeks, even if he comes up with it cleanly. His momentum was carrying him out toward shallow center field. He was going to have to throw back across his body. I think that's a good change.
Baker with a home run his first time up. He's hit 2 this year, both against lefties. First one was off Randy Wolf in Milwaukee on April 8th. This one won't leave the yard. It bounces out to Casey McGee. Don't miss the action as the Cubs welcome in the New York Yankees this Friday at Wrigley Field. Game time 1:20, but be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will get an exclusive limited edition Andrew Kashner bobblehead doll, compliments of PNC. For more information, visit Cubs.com. Ramirez swings at the first one, high and fairly deep, but it'll be caught by Morgan in a 6-pitch 1-2-3 inning for Narveson. Off to the fourth, 1-0 Cubs.
Taco Bell open 1 a.m. or later.
It's turned into a very pleasant night here at Wrigley Field as the Cubs go for their first 3-game winning streak of 2011. Hey, Bob, we want to wish a very happy 21st birthday to one of the biggest Cub fans around, Matt Hammer, who's here with his family tonight from Lake Zurich. We've seen Matt at the Cubs convention a lot and got a chance to meet a bunch of his heroes today in the dugout while it was pouring rain, but we hope Matt and his family are having a wonderful time here at the ballpark tonight.
Absolutely.
Ryan Braun, followed by Prince Fielder and Casey McGee. Ball one from Z. Mentioned Milwaukee losing consecutive games for the first time in a while. The first time since May 6th they had lost back-to-back games. They had 35 in a row without consecutive losses. That streak was a team record. They still have the best record in the NL since May 9th at 24-10, even with the 2 defeats to start this series. 1-2 on Ryan Braun, who has had a quiet series, but he's normally pretty loud in this ballpark. A career .378 hitter at Wrigley Field. The updated standings. Reds a winner today. The Cardinals a loser. So Milwaukee back in sole possession at least for a few hours. And look, we haven't talked a lot about where the Cubs are in the standings because it's been double digits for a while. But you put your head down, you play as hard as you can, and then around the All-Star break you take a look up, and you know what, Bob, you play good baseball the next 3 or 4 weeks, you could take a look and go, we're only 5 out. I mean, that you can't rue over the standings just yet if you're a team in the Cubs position. You just have to try to figure out a way to play consistently good ball, and they've done that the last 2 days. And nobody's perfect. I think we mentioned it last week. We went to Philadelphia and everybody there was talking about how the Phillies couldn't do this, couldn't do that. They had the best record in baseball.
You talk to people close to the Brewers and they say, we're all Ryan Braun, Prince Fielder. That's it. There's nobody else on this team that can do anything. Well, certainly that's not the case, but
that's driven. And Montañez will have to play it right at the base of the wall. Braun has a leadoff double. He's now reached base at Wrigley Field in 31 of his 32 career games, including 23 in a row.
Ryan Braun's a much better hitter when he takes pitches up in the zone to the opposite field, as he does right here to Carlos Zambrano. Fastball up and out over the plate. If you try to pull that ball, probably just going to hit a lazy fly ball to medium depth left field. But if you stay on it, you can hit a line drive the other way like Braun just did.
The home run hitting team coming into the series was Milwaukee. But the Cubs have hit 3. And Milwaukee's still without one in this series. Although the conditions are there tonight. If a guy like Fielder gets a hold of one, look out. Ball is flying.
Textbook by Giovanni Soto. I've talked about it at length over the last couple of weeks. That aspect of his game has improved immensely this season.
3-1.
Unfortunately, he's had a lot of practice at it. A lot of pitches in the dirt from just about every pitcher in the staff. But he's been up to the task.
Ball 4, and the first 2 are on. 5 walks taken by Prince Fielder in this series. Let's get our AT&T trivia question for tonight. Who's the Cubs' all-time hits leader? The theme this week was going into the Yankees series. Derek Jeter 6 hits away from 3,000. He's now on the DL, so he will not get his 3,000th here. And it got us to thinking, who has the most hits in Cubs franchise history? McGee bunts foul. That tells you about how it's gone for Casey lately and this Milwaukee offense in this series. Boy, last year he probably never did that when he knocked in 102 runs, but he's 6 for his last 53. Smack foul. One and two.
And in the 2-strike count to Casey McGee, the Cubs expecting him to try to hit the ball to the opposite field. Lou Montañez is shaded way over near the right field foul line. Reed Johnson over a little bit in the gap in right center.
Castro played the short hop, the throw low, but fielded and caught by LeMahieu, so they force Fielder. First and third, 1 out.
High chopper to Starlin Castro, makes a nice play on the short hop, and LeMahieu realizes they have no chance to turn the double play, so just stretch out there, take the throw, make sure you get that force at second base, and get the heck out of Prince Fielder's way as he comes sliding into the bag.
Corey Hart has tied it up. Braun is in, and it's 1-1. So Corey Hart makes his first hit of the series count.
A little bit of a late swing, but gets it on the barrel and finds that hole on the right side of the infield to put the Brewers on the board.
Sliders outside. Big night for Ricky Romero of the Blue Jays. 12 strikeouts over 8 innings in a Toronto 4-1 win at Baltimore. Pulled down the left field line. It's foul. Check that. That was at Toronto. He beat Jake Arrieta. A one-hitter for Josh Beckett. A couple of shutouts in that Boston-Tampa Bay series. Beckett 9 innings, 1 hit. Reed Brignac. 6 strikeouts for Beckett. It was an infield single in the bottom of the third. That was the only hit the Rays had. Knocked down by Castro. They'll get one. That's LeMahieu covering the bag at second. First and third, 2 outs.
Hasn't been a clean hop yet in this ball game. Starlin Castro has to play that long one up into his midsection right there. Took a quick peek to the runner at third to make sure he wasn't rounding the bag and heading for home, and then shovels on to LeMahieu to get another fielder's choice force out at second base.
Brewers made a roster move before the game tonight. They swapped out backup catchers. Will Nieves outrighted to AAA Nashville, and left-handed hitting George Kataris was selected from AAA. And he's backing up Lucroy tonight. And a base hit, sending McGee to the plate, 2-1. Lucroy gives the Brewers the lead. Third hit of the inning.
Just a cue shot right off the end of the bat on a slider, working its way toward that outside corner, but Lucroy gets just enough to get it over Castro and in front of DeWitt for an RBI base hit.
After this series ends tomorrow, Milwaukee will fly to Boston to face the Red Sox at Fenway Park. It's going to be busy this weekend in Boston. Not only do you have the Red Sox in town, but the Bruins just won the Stanley Cup, beat Vancouver in Game 7. I think they'll have a parade in a couple days. Milwaukee didn't get a lot of breaks in terms of interleague play. They play at Boston, at New York in interleague play. Now, Twins are down this year. That's the Brewers' kind of natural rival. But they get the Tampa Bay Rays at home as well. Narveson punches out. But Milwaukee gets a couple and now leads this game 2-1 in the fourth inning. Trivia question: the Cubs all-time hits leader. Well, you're perusing through the media guide.
I think I know this one anyway, but I'm going to look just to make sure.
My guess was Cap Anson.
I'm right there with you.
3,081 hits. Ernie Banks, Billy Williams, Ryan Sandberg, and Mark Grace on that list.
Surprised not to see Enrique Wilson on that list, but he's a little further down.
Yeah. How many did Enrique have as a Cub?
I lost count.
Yeah. Did you ever see Cap play?
No, I didn't. I missed that game.
Well, I don't think he got all 3,000 plus in one game.
I missed every game that he played.
Yeah. A couple of centuries ago.
That would have been a record if he got them all in one day.
It would have been. Don't make me look. Enrique Wilson. As Soto takes a strike. Enrique had 3 hits as a Cub. Way up in the air, and it's pulled foul. Cubs trailing for the first time 2-1. Missed a changeup, and he strikes out. Busy night for the Menards grounds crew. They've had a busy season getting this field ready to go. Props to them as always.
We're fortunate enough to travel all around Major League Baseball, and unfortunately we've seen a lot of grounds crews working hard this year, but I think the guys here at Wrigley have it down to a science. Boy, they are so efficient getting the tarp onto the field, off the field, prepping the diamond for the ball game, and fans here at Wrigley really appreciate their work.
They're good guys too. 1-1 to Montañez. Here's a pitch by Narveson. Cued foul off the end of the bat. Cubs trailing, but that's not the end of the world, especially at home. They've won 3 games this year in which they trailed by 3 or more in the 8th or later. Last night, April 2nd against the Pirates, April 23rd versus the Dodgers. The most such wins at home in a single season since 1937, according to Elias. 1-out single for Montañez.
Quick swing by Montañez. Got a pitch pretty much right in the middle of the plate. Did not miss it. We'll take advantage of those mistakes. That's the reality of baseball. I mean, there are good bad ball hitters, if there is such a thing, a good bad ball hitter, but you get my drift. Guys that can go out of the strike zone and still get their base hits, but the reality is over the course of a long season you need to hit the mistakes. If pitchers always executed their pitches, nobody would ever get a hit. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to leave pitches up in the zone, and that's when you have to pounce on them and make sure you take advantage.
Pulled on the ground. Fielder can only make one play after the bobble. So DeWitt retired. Well, Mayhew reached on an error his first time up.
No chance of an intentional walk here. Ron Renicky is allergic to the intentional walk. Just doesn't believe in it. They've only walked 10 batters intentionally all season long. This is a point of comparison. The Cubs have had 16 intentional walks. The Braves lead the National League with 26.
Mike Scioscia has lost some coaches over the years to managerial jobs, which I'm sure he doesn't mind on a personal level. Joe Madden, Bud Black, Ron Renicky. Renicky was Scioscia's bench coach.
Yeah, I'm sure he's very happy for all those gentlemen you mentioned on a personal level, but professionally, man, that is tough when you lose highly qualified coaches like he has.
And we've talked about this before, Bob. You know, you talk about cuts in spring training when you release guys. It's the worst part of being a big league manager. Well, Ron Renicky can relate. He played for 6 different teams, and he was released 5 times over a 4.5-year stretch at one point in his career. He was a switch hitting outfielder and spent his entire career, except for one stop in Seattle, the rest of it was in the National League. He played with the '84 NL champ Padres. And I'm sure of all those releases, he probably remembered the times when it was handled well by the manager. Maybe other times he thought, you know what, I'm not going to do it that way. Trial and error, right? Bounce to McGee. He's had a rough night on defense, but he makes this play flawlessly. And the inning is over. Shutdown inning for Narveson after the Brewers took the lead. It's still 2-1. th texture. You could win $5 footlong subs from Subway. Be a quick turnaround tomorrow as Zach Greinke and Matt Garza will pitch in the series finale, a 1:20 first pitch, and then the Yankees come in Friday. Yankees pounded the Rangers 12-4 tonight. Not sure what the wind direction is going to be this weekend, but hopefully for the Cubs' sake it's not blowing straight out, because the Yankees can hit them in bunches.
Boy, and they're an offense that you must throw strikes to, and quality strikes, because as you said, if you groove a pitch, it's liable to end up out in the street somewhere. They've drawn 90 more walks than the Cubs already this year. Cubs have drawn the fewest in Major League Baseball with 162 going into play tonight. The Yankees with the most base on balls offensively, 252.
They hit 5 home runs tonight. Going into action tonight, Bob, 98 home runs, so they have 103. the next closest team in the majors, the Diamondbacks, was 78 home runs. Not even close. Weeks bounces right to Ramirez, who throws him out. Stroll through the home of the Chicago Cubs and get an insider's look at more than 97 years of history in this legendary ballpark. Guided tours may include visits to the press box, clubhouses, and dugouts, as well as a chance to actually step on the field. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com. Tour sizes are limited and sell out fast, so get your tickets today. Here comes the one-strike offering to Nyjer Morgan as he bloops one, and it's caught by Castro.
Well, that's a play where an infielder's sense of sound is just as important as his vision. Starlin Castro heard that ball come off the bat. He got jammed once again. It made that funny sound coming off the bat rather than a resounding crack, and Starlin Castro did not give up on that floater towards center field, was able to run it down.
Braun started the 2-run rally in the 4th inning with a leadoff double, and would later score the first run of the night for Milwaukee. Game tying hit by Corey Hart. That's fair, and Braun will have a double. So Weeks has 2 doubles. Braun has 2.
Top spin grounder was past Ramirez down into that left field corner.
They will throw 4 bad ones on purpose to Fielder and go after McGee. I think it's the right maneuver, but Quaddy has decided in this series Prince Fielder is not going to be the guy to hurt us if we can help it.
He's hitting .375 with 8 home runs and 21 driven in over his last 19 games. There's no sense playing with fire. If you have a base open, send him on down there. Casey McGee has not taken a good swing in this series.
I think one question for Ron Renicky as time goes on, if McGee doesn't get it together, I mean, he could use Corey Hart in that 5th spot. He could at least consider, as McGee makes the Cubs pay for that walk. Braun is in. Fielder's coming around third. Ed Cedar's going to send him. Castro's relay throw at the plate. Gets away from Soto. And it's 4-1. Casey McGee with a 2-run, I assume, double, and he went to third on the throw.
We just talked about it in the last half inning with Lou Montañez about hitting mistakes. Well, that's a mistake from Carlos Zambrano. A fastball right down the middle of the plate, middle of the thighs to a struggling hitter. Just about anything else, you would have had a weakly struck ball, but unfortunately Casey McGee that time squared it up, split that gap in left center field. Tough hop for Giovanni Soto to handle and try to prepare for contact from Prince Fielder. A little glove rub in the face there as Fielder slid past, but on the dish safely.
What I was going to say is, you know, at some point you could possibly considering flip-flopping Braun and Fielder. I think Previous Brewers managers had tried that on occasion, but I think ideally Renicky would like to leave Braun right in the 3 spot and Fielder his cleanup man.
Yeah, I think ideally he'd like to see that man start to hit the ball the way he did right there. And we've seen Casey McGee be a threat following Prince Fielder in this Brewers lineup.
Off the glove of Ramirez, 5-1. Double city tonight for the Brewers.
Pitch at the bottom of the strike zone, and Hart rolls over it, hits another hard topspin grounder. Ramirez with a dive can only get leather on it and deflect it further over into foul territory.
One and one to Betancourt. Everything happening with 2 outs. Braun doubled. Fielder was intentionally walked. McGee knocked them both in. And then Hart with an RBI double. Johnson makes a grab. And the inning comes to an end. They get 3 more, and it's 5-1. Cap thanks Carlos Zambrano. I thought in the first 3 innings had the best stuff maybe of the season. Pitches were dancing in and out of the strike zone. He had 5 strikeouts. But the Brewers got to him for 2 in the 4th, 3 more in the 5th. 6 doubles tonight for the visitors. And Narveson works with a big lead as Z taking huge hacks. Two and two. he's run it full. He walked him. He's taken yet another walk. That's 2 this year. I would be broke if we had made a bet early in this at bat. I would have bet everything after the first couple of pitches that he would not walk. But he did. Thing about this game, you just never know. I think the old joke we sometimes have fun with is when guys are swinging like Z did early in the at bat, if Narveson had faked a pitch he would have swung at it, but everything changed all of a sudden.
With those 2 walks, Carlos Zambrano is now tied with Jeff Baker and Blake DeWitt, who have each only drawn 2 walks all season as well.
Jonathan Lucroy is going to tell his pitcher, you're ahead by 4 runs. No strikes. Missed again. 3-0. He has walked back-to-back very aggressive hitters to start this inning.
It's not easy to do.
And Rick Kranitz, former longtime member of the Cubs organization, Milwaukee pitching coach, is out to the mound. This is why, for all you would-be armchair managers out there, this is why you don't want the job. Because you're Ron Renicky. You think, oh, you know, he could just kick his feet up. Team's up 5-1 in the 5th inning. Pitcher's leading off. Obviously walks Zambrano and walks Castro. And I don't think Ron Renicky's too thrilled right now.
And there are people out there that think, oh, the manager's got to make him throw strikes. Well, if you can tell me how that's done, we'll win a lot of championships.
Cornerman in. Johnson takes it low. Ball 1. Would you say it's too early in the game for the take a strike approach? I mean, if he grooves one here, you got to let him go after it, right?
I would think Reed Johnson has the green light, and it's a real double-edged sword. I mean, you may get a cookie right here. Narveson may take a little off, just try to guide it up there in the middle of the plate. He throws an 88-mile-an-hour heater on the outside corner. And for any hitter, that's what you're looking for, a vulnerable pitcher who's just trying to lay a strike in there to get back into the count. That might be the best pitch you get to hit the entire at bat. But then the other side of the coin is the guy struggling to find the strike zone. Why do him any favors? Make him throw a strike before you start swinging the bat.
And he drives it deep. Is it going to find Waveland? You bet. No, actually it's not. What a catch by a fan in the top row. A 3-run homer for Reed Johnson. And it's 5-4. What a blast by Johnson, and what a catch by that fan.
Oh, yeah. I like the home run a lot better than the catch, though. Reed Johnson, as I said, knows he has a pitcher out there trying to find the strike zone. He knew it was gone right away. The only question was how far, and that fan with a hat able to keep it in the ballpark. Nice play.
That's how you make a pitcher pay for back-to-back walks to start an inning. That's one of the better plays I've seen by a fan in the bleachers. That baby was headed to the street. Ball hawks are saying, why did you catch that ball? There's no doubt it was going to leave the yard. And it almost left the building completely.
What a great first date. She is so impressed.
He's going, it's my ball. I caught it. Three and one to Jeff Baker. Still nobody out. Ball four. Third walk of the inning, and Kranitz is on the phone. Tim Dillard is up and going to get up. One and one. Three-run homer, Reed Johnson. Well, the guys who've come off the DL this week have really contributed tonight. Baker and Johnson with home runs. Cubs are right back in this game. Things you just can't explain. All of a sudden, Chris Narveson, who walked none over the first 4 innings, has walked 3. And the 2-1 to Ramirez is a strike. And a fastball, 2-2. 15 balls, only 7 strikes this inning.
I was just going to say that's the kind of strike that a pitcher normally does not get when he's struggling to find the zone, and has already walked 3 guys in the inning. A borderline fastball. Outside corner just at the knees.
Swing and a miss on a change. He got him.
Catcher number 18, Giovanni Soto.
Well, not only the velocity, but the location. Right at that outside corner at the knees once again, that time with a little bit of movement away from Ramirez for strike 3.
Swing and a miss by Soto.
I mentioned at the top of the show, the changeup is the best pitch for Chris Narveson, and here in this inning, nothing else has been working with any consistency, so he's just throwing a lot of changeups right now.
Fastball low, 2-1. 2-2. One hit this inning, a 3-run homer by Reed Johnson. Cubs helped by some walks as Soto strikes out.
Hey fans, watch the Cubs take on the Yankees this Saturday at 3:10 right here at Wrigley Field. Be sure to arrive early. The first 10,000 fans will receive a Cubs tote bag, compliments of United. For more information and to purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Montañez with Baker still at first. This is going to hold up as Morgan makes a catch and Narveson gets it back together. But he really struggled with his command early on in the inning. He walks Zambrano, then Castro, and then Reed Johnson hit one to the back of the bleachers for a 3-run homer. It's 5-4 after 5.
Coors Light Northside Baseball Viewing Party. Come by the Full Shilling at 3724 North Clark in Wrigleyville to win prizes, enjoy Coors Light, and watch the Northsiders take on the Yankees. Be there Friday at the Full Shilling in Wrigleyville.
Well, the Cubs back in the game 5-4. Let's see if Carlos Zambrano can settle down after a couple of rough innings. Ball 1 to the number 8 hitter, Jonathan Lucroy. Narveson and Weeks will follow. Each team with 3 runs in the 5th. It's a kind of night for Z. It's not going to be a quality start technically, but it still could be a win. He's got to find a way on a night like this. He's now allowed 12 runs over his last 2 starts. Giving up 4 total and 3 earned over his previous 3. And on the hands that time. We'll do it again. Rockies beat the Padres in the rubber game today in Denver 6-3. Bounced over Zambrano, but backhanded by LeMahieu, and he gets him. James Russell up in the bullpen.
That's partially because of the pitch count for Big Z. Also, big guy lurking in the 4-hole. Should Carlos get into any trouble as we approach Prince Fielder, we'll probably see James Russell come in to face him.
Carlos Ruiz, the game-ending single, bottom 10. Phillies win 5-4 to sweep the doubleheader today against the Marlins. They got 2 in the 9th to tie it, 1 in the 10th to win it. .43 wins now for the Phillies. Leads the majors. They've won 6 in a row. Your standings over in the East. Narveson rolls it to LeMahieu. Lots of time. Atlanta's trailing the Mets 3-0 in the 7th at Turner Field.
Dylan G looking for his 8th win of the season in that ball game.
Yeah, and I noticed he only went 4 innings, didn't give up any runs, only 1 hit. Makes you wonder if he had an injury. So he cannot get the win tonight. We'll check on that. Ricky Weeks, sharply hit grounder, knocked down. Castro, throw to first in time to get him. 3 ground ball outs for Zambrano. We'll go to the bottom of the 6th. 5-4 Milwaukee. Take on the Yankees for the first time here at Wrigley since 2003. Exclusive coverage begins at noon with a special edition of Chevy Cubs pregame live from the Comcast Sportsnet stage at the Wrigleyville Block Party. Cubs and Yanks Friday at noon only on Comcast Sportsnet, fans' best friend. Blake DeWitt against Chris Narveson here in the Cubs 6th. Still don't have an answer on Dylan G. Although it looked like they had a rain delay in Atlanta. That's probably why he came out after 4. DeWitt grounds out. Watch Comcast Sportsnet game replays on demand with Xfinity TV from Comcast. Don't miss the action. Call 1-800-XFINITY today. LeMahieu. Ball 1. Alfonso Soriano's on deck for Zambrano. Soriano just activated off the DL. And a base hit into center.
Sounded like he might have broken his bat, but it went down a hero. Changeup cued right off the end of the bat, back up the middle of the field. Nice round of applause as Alfonso Soriano makes his way to the plate.
And it will not be Narveson to face him. It's going to be the sidewinding Tim Dillard. Narveson can get the win, but we've got a long way to go in a 1-run ball game. It's the Toyota call to the pen. We'll be back. To the pen, right-hander Tim Dillard is on to face pinch hitter Alfonso Soriano. Missed the minimum 15 days on the DL with a strained left quad. Well, Mayhew the runner at first, and a breaking ball swung on and missed.
Dillard basically a 2-pitch guy. As you can imagine, he throws a nasty sinker from that low sidearm delivery. Also throws a slider. I believe Fonzie's going to see a lot of sliders in this at bat. There's another one.
And he got him. 3 consecutive breaking balls.
Just didn't look like he had a real good look at any of those sliders from Dillard. First one was probably the most hittable pitch of the three. The next two well out of the strike zone away.
Here's Castro with 2 outs. It's going to be James Russell in the 7th with Niger Morgan, Ryan Braun, and Prince Fielder due up. He's gotten some big long whiffs on that breaking ball.
It usually takes a hitter a couple pitches just to find the release point. You're so conditioned to look up above the throwing shoulder of the pitcher on the mound, but it does you no good when you're facing Dillard because his release point is somewhere between his waist and his knees.
Talked about the wind tonight. This is by far the calmest night I think we've ever seen here at Wrigley Field. The wind has barely moved the flag since the first pitch. No pitch.
I'm talking about that wind. It looks like there might be ever so slightly a breeze blowing straight out. The American flag really the only flag doing much moving here tonight, and that's just started recently.
Good play by Lucroy to keep that tying run out of scoring position. It's now 3-1.
Boy, it's easy to see range on a position player as he gets a ball that's hit to his right or left. That's good range by a catcher right there. Jonathan Lucroy going way over in that left-handed batter's box to keep that ball from going to the bricks.
Dillard lost the game last night, so Marja won it. LeMahieu on the move on a 3-2 with 2 outs. And it was Castro. Hit a ball to right field off Dillard to win it. Another 3-2 and a pop-up. Morgan comes in, and the inning is over. Niger Morgan will lead off the Brewers' 7th against James Russell when we come back. Chicago's best prime steaks. He heads to Harry Carey's Italian Steakhouse in Chicago, Lombard or Rosemont. Call 773 Holy Cow or visit harrycareys.com today. Yummy. See the numbers for James Russell. Struggled as a starter, has been a lot better as a reliever. In fact, all 5 of his losses coming in those 5 starts with a .933. In relief, this is his 18th appearance. He's 1-0 with a 1.45. Outside corner to Nyjer Morgan. Good friend Scott Sanderson, former Cub pitcher, will conduct the 7th inning stretch tonight. He's just the opening act for you tomorrow, right? Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, that's the rumor. Fans everywhere praying for rain.
Morgan swings and misses. And Soto better hurry. He got him. Whew.
Right.
Double clutch. I don't know if he had to get a better angle on the throw.
Good block by Giovanni Soto. Yeah, he tried to get into the middle of the infield to clear the runner a little bit. You can see Nyjer Morgan ran all the way down the baseline and nearly stepped on Jeff Baker's foot as he crossed the bag right there.
You know, when Juan Pierre was here, we saw him get called out a couple of times on plays like that where the ball did hit him and he was running on the grass of the infield. So if that ball had hit Morgan, that would have been an interesting call. I mean, I think you got to, we've talked about it, you got to be between the yellow lines essentially, even though the base is in fair territory.
Yeah, there's been some talk about possibly putting that base for the runner in foul territory. So as you run down that first base line, and when you hit that 45-foot mark, there's the running lane that you're supposed to stay in. You can see Morgan, it looks like he intentionally went in on the grass to try to interfere with that throw to Jeff Baker. But you're right, I mean, it's not impossible, but it's awkward to run in foul territory, but yet as you get close to the base, you have to be able to touch it with your foot. There's been some talk about putting a base right next to first base in foul territory for the runner to run to.
I have to believe if that ball had clipped him and Baker didn't catch it, that he would have been called out. That's deflected. LeMahieu will not have a play. It's a hit for Braun. He's 3 out of 4. And when he's had a hit tonight, he has started a run scoring rally.
Russell a little slow getting over there to first base. He naturally falls off to that third base side of the mound and then had to spin around, regain his momentum and try to get over to the bag, and by then Ryan Braun had legged it out for an infield hit.
Would have been a little slip by Russell as he tried to get moving. Fielder has struck out looking, then walked unintentionally, and then walked intentionally. Braun can run, and the Cubs need to keep an eye on him. But if that were Nyjer Morgan at first base, I don't think Ramirez could play where he is, because if Morgan took off and were safe at second, he'd just keep on running.
Rare occurrences that could possibly happen with this exaggerated pull shift. If you get a really fast runner at first, he breaks for second, and rather than slide into the bag to second, just turn the corner and keep going. It would turn into a foot race between the base runner and Aramis Ramirez trying to get to third base.
They got him picked off, but it gets away from Castro. Well, I'm a little surprised Braun didn't force the issue, because he bumped Starlin Castro, and instead of continuing to try to get to third, and we talked about this before, Bob, you've got to make the effort to get to that next base. If Braun had kept on running, and watch the contact after he slides right here, I think if he had kept running to third, they may have called Castro for obstruction, but you got to try to advance, and Braun probably would have been thrown out.
It's against all your better instincts as a base runner. You know you're going to run into an easy out if you get up and take off for third base after contact, but that's the letter of the law. But Castro took his eye off that throw. It was high from Jeff Baker, but looks like if Castro would have caught the ball, they'd have had the out at second.
It's a caught stealing and an error. The error is on Castro as Fielder swings and misses. 1-2. If you keep assists, I know you do, Bob.
Oh yeah.
Jeff Baker gets one, and the pitcher does too. Two and two. We ran into that obstruction play before, and it has happened in big spots. I think it was Miguel Tejada when he was with Oakland. He ran into a third baseman. He just stopped. They tagged him out, and he was called out. You got to keep running. That's where Soto wanted it, but Fielder didn't offer. 3-2. They're going to try to make Fielder hit Russell's pitch here. They'll take their chances with McGee, who did knock in two with a double in the fifth. And he walked him. We'll see if Mike Quade goes with the rookie Carpenter, who made his major league debut last night.
It's so tough to get Prince Fielder to chase a pitch out of the zone. Very patient power hitter.
Fielder has walked 7 times in this series, so it will be Chris Carpenter making his second major league appearance. It's the Toyota call to the pen. 2 on in the 7th, and we'll be back. See, Toyota called to the pen, and rookie righty Chris Carpenter, who was brought up from Double-A Tennessee yesterday, got into the game, made his major league debut, got a couple of outs, did not give up a run, even though he did allow an RBI double. That run was not charged to him, and he faces Casey McGee. 2 on, 1 out. Strong run by Montañez. He's going to get to the spot. And Braun's going to tag and head to third. Fielder back to first.
You were with us last night. Chris Carpenter features a fastball in the mid to upper 90s. Real good, sharp, late breaking slider. Doesn't always know exactly where everything is going. He did walk a lot of batters at the minor league level, but much like Carlos Marmol, can come back and strike out hitters to get himself out of jams.
Hart with 2 hits and 2 RBIs. Carpenter gets a sign from Soto. Here's his pitch. Inside at 97. 1-1. That'll make you get out of the way.
Get your attention. Not all bad to let one fly inside every now and again, just to make sure guys aren't getting too comfortable in that batter's box, as long as you can get right back into that strike zone.
To the count. Oh, man. Hart with a very late swing. Betancourt, the on-deck hitter, just got out of the way. And I hope everybody's all right behind the Brewers dugout. The ball was scorched.
It was a 90-mile-an-hour slider. Never really took the break. I don't know how it could at 90 miles an hour, but Hart shot that ball over the first base dugout. Looks like everybody's okay.
Another 2-2. I don't know if he's going to get him, but he has Corey Hart a little uncomfortable. He pushed him back twice in this at bat. Fielder goes on the 3-2. Look out, Ryan Braun.
Just a little casual stroll down the third base line until you see that ball headed right for your dome. Wow.
Been an eventful at bat. Fielder goes again, the 3-2. Ball 4.
Pretty good scatter there. Unfortunately, not enough of them in the strike zone. That last one at 99. Betancourt, a guy that's liable to swing at those pitches that Carpenter's been flinging all around the strike zone. He sees the fewest pitches per plate appearance of any hitter in the National League.
Scares you just a little bit because if Carpenter grooves one, you know he's going to make contact, and there you go. You just knew Betancourt was going to be swinging, as you said, and he knocks in 2. We can talk to Scott Sanderson, the former pitcher, about it, Bob. I just had a bad feeling about that at bat because, as you said, Carpenter's not always sure where the pitch is going to go, and you do not have to throw Betancourt a strike. Sometimes lack of command means you throw one that's too hittable. That was right down the middle.
Center cut, right in the middle of the plate to a guy that would have swung at a pitch over his head or at his feet.
So now 7-4. It sounds like a paradox, but it's a baseball thing, you know. It sounds counterintuitive. I think against Betancourt, your best chance is to have a control pitcher. Now, you would say normally, well, wouldn't you want a wild pitcher against a guy who swings at everything? No, I think you'd rather have a guy who knows he can place the ball outside of the strike zone. I mean, if he pitched Betancourt the way he pitched Corey Hart, he would have struck him out in 3 pitches.
Probably so.
One and two to Lucroy.
That's why over the course of their careers, guys like Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine, guys who could command their pitches inside the strike zone and outside the strike zone, rarely had trouble with free swingers. They'd let them get themselves out. Throw a pitch right out there just a little further than they can do damage with it, knowing they're going to swing at it anyway.
Betancourt takes off. A swing and a miss. Stretch time with Scott Sanderson.
Take me out to the ball game, former Cub Scott Sanderson.
Let me hear you now. A 1, a 2, a 3. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out to the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jack. Let's go, score some runs, Cubs, let's go!
Cubs here in the bottom of the 7th. And former Cub LaTroy Hawkins, who worked a scoreless 9th to get this game into extras last night, will pitch here in the 7th tonight. Another former Cub in the booth with us. good friend Scott Sanderson. Always good to see you, Scott.
Thanks, Lane. Good to see you.
Thanks for waiting out the rain tonight.
Oh, you're sneaking. You're way past my bedtime right now.
Well, I want to go back to that Carpenter-Betancourt matchup that we were talking about. You see the stuff. I mean, 97, 98, 99. He's a young pitcher. His command hopefully will get better as his career goes on.
Oh, it will. No doubt about it.
Wasn't trying to groove the pitch to Betancourt, but even though Betancourt is a guy who hits for a low average and doesn't walk very much, he can hit a fastball if you put it in the right spot.
And really, that's we were talking in between innings. That first swing that he took and fouled the pitch off, that was just to get his timing. And then he was, you know, I've talked to some of the best hitters in the game, and they say they really don't care if a guy throws 105 as long as they time it once, they see it a second time, and they know that it's coming. They say, look, we'll cheat and get to it. We can time that. It's the change of speeds back and forth that just drives them crazy, and that's what makes an 84-mile-an-hour fastball look really hard sometimes when they're mixing in 73 to go with it. So if it's possible, there's times where 85 miles an hour looks harder to a hitter than 98 miles an hour.
That's a good point. Hey, I think back to the beginning of your career, though, Scott. Maybe your first game, second game, third game in the big leagues. You probably didn't think that same way. That's kind of something you learn from talking to hitters, talking to pitching coaches and other pitchers. I would imagine that your first couple games in the big leagues, you didn't think that way.
No, and you know what? And also, it's a lot easier to say that up here than it is down on the field. We all sound smart up in a booth.
Yeah, no, you're right. Reed Johnson hits a ball to Betancourt. And the other thing, too, you probably have to go through those growing pains to know what you need to change the next time around.
I think the hardest thing about pitching is to learn that to be more effective, you've got to take speed off of a pitch rather than add speed on. Because if you throw one at 97, you're not going to surprise a guy with 98. You're going to surprise him with an 88. And so that differentiation of speed is what gets the hitters out. And look, it's in all of our competitive nature to want to add on and add on and add on. At some point, you can't add anymore.
Fouled back by Jeff Baker. Now, the readouts at the stadiums weren't quite as prevalent when you guys played as they are today. I mean, pretty much everywhere you look, you can get the pitch speed of every pitch.
Well, I don't want to age myself here, but there was no such thing as readouts.
Having said that, just based on kind of how it felt, do you feel like in the course of a start, your fastball in the first inning was 5, 6, 7 miles an hour slower than it was in the third? Because we occasionally see a guy throw 93 in the first inning, and he's at 93, 94 when he needs to reach for a little extra. I remember Hideo Nomo, though. He'd go 81. It was a fastball in the first inning, and then he could find 94 in the third.
Yeah, I think if anything in the beginning, as you're trying to settle into a rhythm in the very first inning, you might be a little bit jumpy as the game gets on. You get a little bit smoother, you get more into a rhythm, and I can understand why your fastball would actually increase in speed.
And we talk about it all the time, Bob, that you don't want to show everybody your best fastball to start the game, do you?
Oh, no.
You want to save a little in reserve.
Yeah, you always want something. You don't want to go to the well too many times, too often, too early in the game, because you're going to encounter a situation where it really matters. And if you've gone there time after time after time, the hitter's no longer surprised by it. Now, not only is he not surprised, but he's looking for it and ready for it.
0-2 to Baker. Breaking ball missed.
You know, Scott, I asked you about your major league debut. I didn't realize it was right here at Wrigley Field as a member of the Expos.
It was. You know, growing up here in Chicago and you know, having a dream come true of playing Major League Baseball, and then to do it right here in Wrigley Field. The only bad thing is it was against the Cubs rather than for them.
Was Andre Dawson on the field that day? I'm sure he was.
He was.
Yeah. Swing and a miss as Baker chased, and you got a chance to catch up with another former teammate, Keith Moreland, over in the radio booth. We're thrilled to have him with us.
He's doing such a great job. It's so fun to listen to him, and you know what? He's a natural. As saying, one of the great things about Keith as a teammate here, when he came over here, was, you know, what he brought with him was an attitude of winning. And that attitude is something that it's just pervasive, and it swept throughout the entire organization from top to bottom. And he was a major part of the success that the Cubs had back in the 80s.
Ramirez hits that ball hard on the ground out into left field for a base hit. sure we've asked you this before, but we only see you once or twice a year. The one guy, numbers or otherwise, that you just always had trouble with. The one guy you couldn't get out.
Well, this is going to date me again, but when I was pitching against the Big Red Machine, the Cincinnati Reds, and all those hitters, with Pete Rose and Joe Morgan and Tony Perez and Johnny Bench and George Foster. I mean, all these big lumber guys. The one guy in their lineup that really couldn't hit was the one that gave me the most trouble, and that was their center fielder, Cesar Geronimo. I think he's a lifetime 230 hitter. If it wasn't for me, he'd be a lifetime 190 hitter. Yeah, I used to get Christmas cards from him. He'd wanting to make sure that I was still going to pitch the next year. I'm telling you, I could not get him out to save my life.
Go pick you up at the airport when you came to town.
No, he was jumping out of that dugout.
One strike to Soto. And he bounces foul.
Yeah, we try to explain to fans sometimes, Scotty, how that works. For whatever reason, and sometimes it makes absolutely no baseball sense, makes no common sense whatsoever, but one guy will have a pitcher's number or vice versa, and there's just no easy way to explain why.
Well, I think he had my number, my phone number, my social security number. He had everything. But and then there were some other hitters that were in the Hall of Fame that I didn't seem to have much trouble with. And sometimes I believe that it can be just a confidence factor too. Once they get some early hits off you. But there was obviously something that I was doing that he recognized right away, because it wasn't like he was 6 for 8. I mean, there was a lot of at-bats, a lot of opportunities for me to get him out, and I just didn't do a very good job, and he did a great job.
It's always funny we ask that question. If I asked you who did you dominate, you probably don't remember. You only remember the guys who had good success against you. Soto is going to line out. You actually handled Bob okay. Bob went 1 for 14 with a double.
Yeah.
And he talks about you every single day. Sanderson. Just want one more at bat against him. Scott, always a pleasure. Great to see you.
Right. Thanks, guys. Love being here.
Good to see you,
Thanks,
Scotty.
Thanks, friends.
You bet. Beautifully executed cutoff and relay here. Ricky Weeks with a drive to the gap in right center. Montañez to LeMahieu to Ramirez. Can't do it any better than that.
Always great to see Scott Sanderson. He follows the Cubs every day. 19 seasons as a major league pitcher.
I didn't even have to hear the numbers. I knew he did well against me.
Did you really?
Because exactly what he was talking about. You wanted him to try to throw it past you, and he wouldn't. He'd ease off, take a little off his fastball, take a little off his curveball, and drove me nuts.
Josh Wilson pinch hitting against the new Cubs pitcher, John Graybo. Well, that was a big hit by Betancourt. It was a 1-run game, now a 3-run game. Although, remember last night, Cubs were down 3 in the bottom of the 8th, tied it up and won it in the 10th. That's not something you're going to want to count on every night. Topped to Ramirez, and he gets him. Play catch in the outfield, run the bases, practice in the batting cages, or relax in the dugouts of Wrigley Field on Saturday, June 25th. Limited tickets are available for $150 each and include a t-shirt, photograph, baseball, and lunch. All proceeds benefit Chicago Cubs charities. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
Couple of quick birthday wishes. Gabe here tonight with his dad celebrating his 8th birthday. Also, Luke Schmidt celebrating his 12th here with his dad tonight.
Ricky Weeks. Yikes. Crushed. I think that ball was over, Waveland. You saw it maybe carom back from the curb or a building across the street. Oh my, did he crush that ball.
Is there a stronger second baseman in baseball than Ricky Weeks? This guy is built like a linebacker. Starts with those hands very low, creeps him up into a good hitting position, got a fastball on the inside part of the plate, an absolute no-doubter to left field.
13 homers for Ricky Weeks. That's the kind of ball where if the wind was, coming out of the south or southeast, that might have been Glen Allen Hill territory. Jam shot foul. 8-4.
I'll tell you what, though, Len, this is the kind of night at Wrigley. As long as you've got outs left in a ball game, you've got a chance.
Bounce to Baker, and he'll take it unassisted.
So one more best wishes here to Don and Elsie Fluger, I believe it is, F-L-U-G-E-R, celebrating their 60th anniversary right here at Wrigley Field tonight. Came from Madison, Wisconsin. 60. Wow. Congratulations.
That's awesome.
You know what Donna said an awful lot of over 60 years. Yes, Elsie, you're right. I'm sorry.
Well, if you had to pick a player of the game for Milwaukee offensively, I think it's got to be Braun. And he has 3 hits. And all 3 times with nobody on base. Leadoff double in the 4th, a 2-out double in the 5th, an infield hit with 1 out in the 7th. And in all 3 innings, the Brewers would score at least 2 runs. Broke his bat, and a short hop pick by Baker to end the inning. Ricky Weeks hit a moonshot, and it's 8-4. Cameron Lowe, who suffered the loss on Monday night, gave up a run in the 8th, and the Cubs 1-0 win, facing pinch hitter Kosuke Fukudome, who bats for Montañez. Yank foul. If this Brewers lead holds up, and if no more errors are committed tonight, the team with the most errors will have won all 3 games to start this series. Kind of weird. They've made 2. The Cubs have committed 1, but Brewers lead it 8-4. Two balls, 2 strikes.
As you already seen from Lowe, power sinker in the upper 80s, low 90s. He does throw an occasional curve, an occasional slider. It's not unusual for him, however, to come into a ball game and just pound away at that strike zone with sinkers.
Weeks leaves his feet and gets the out.
Struck well, unfortunately, Ricky Weeks with a nice play to his left.
David Kaplan mentioned the Twins beat the White Sox 4-1 tonight in Minnesota. Carl Pavano, a complete game 6 hitter, took him just 96 pitches. Gavin Floyd, an 8 inning complete game. He took the loss. 2 hours 6 minutes. Twins lineup tonight behind Pavano as Blake DeWitt cranks it to right. Going to hit the warning track, and he has a double. Twins lineup tonight included these surnames: Revere, Hughes, Valencia, Dinkelman, Tolbert, and Butera. 4-1.
Programs, get your programs here. It's not only the Cubs that have had to dip into their minor league system for reinforcements this year. It's happening all around baseball.
They did have Casilla, Kadire, and Young in their lineup. When you get a start like they got from Carl Pavano, sometimes I wouldn't say it doesn't matter who's in your lineup, as they did pound out 11 hits. DJ LeMahieu is going to find the gap. DeWitt will score. 8-5. DJ LeMahieu with his first career RBI.
That away, kid picks on the first breaking ball he sees, kind of hangs up there in the inside part of the plate for him at 75 miles an hour and lines it toward that gap in left center field. First RBI of his major league career. Won't be the last.
Tony Campana is going to dig in. He scored the game winner in the 10th. And not a big surprise that Brewers have their closer up. And after what's gone on the first 2 nights, and we have not yet seen John Axford in a game, Ron Renicky, I think, is more than willing to use Axford to get the final 4 outs if needed. Most managers these days don't ask their closer to get more than 4. Weeks just gets him. That's not an easy play. You got to put a little something on that throw to get the speedy Campana, and Weeks did.
Now Weeks covers a lot of ground just to get to that ball, and then the off balance throw back against his own momentum. Couldn't get too much on it, but just enough to get Campana at first base.
Rodrigo Lopez getting ready for the ninth. Up the middle, but that's right where Weeks was playing Castro. Well positioned, and the inning is over. Each team with a run in the eighth. So we'll go to the ninth. It's 8-5 Brewers. Head to StubHub, where you'll find the seat you want and the freedom to choose where you want to sit. StubHub is the official fan-to-fan ticket marketplace of the Chicago Cubs. For more info, visit Cubs.com/StubHub. Fukudome stays in and plays right after hitting for Montañez. And here's veteran righty Rodrigo Lopez. Facing Prince Fielder. Two and 0. Obviously, we're nearing 11:30. Many fans have headed to the exits after a long 1 hour 42-minute rain delay. But the paid crowd 39,821, and most of them did hang around through the rain delay. Opposite field base hit for Prince Fielder. So the first hit of the series for Fielder.
He you really have to tip your cap to Prince Fielder. You know he wants to swing the bat. You know he wants to do some damage, but the Cubs just haven't thrown him anything to hit. They've walked him intentionally. He just refuses to go outside of that strike zone. Finally does get a pitch he can hit, and he has to take it to the opposite field.
I just think that the elite guys recognize that, well, if you go out of your strike zone too much, you're probably going to make outs, and you get into bad habits. Ooh, that hit him. I think it got him on the hand. Yeah, you could hear it. McGee hit by a pitch. Yeah.
Grazed off the wrist area, it looked like. You're so exposed, so vulnerable when you turn into the pitch the way Casey McGee did. Obviously your hands, your wrist, for that matter your face exposed to that pitch sailing up and in.
One-0 to Corey Hart is low. I mean, the term discipline, you think about not swinging at bad pitches, getting into better counts, but kind of along those lines, it's about trying to swing at as many pitches that are good pitches for you to hit and leaving all the rest. There's a base hit. Fielder's going to stop. They're loaded with nobody out. I know it's not something you could quantify in your mind, but over the course of a 4-at-bat game, I mean, how often did you say to yourself, man, I swung at 2 pitches in that at-bat. Why did I swing at those pitches? That happened more than you wanted it to.
Yeah, a lot more. Yeah. Especially like we were talking about with Scott Sanderson. You get a pitcher on the mound who can control his pitches, and he understands that you're an aggressive hitter that will swing at those borderline, sometimes not even borderline pitches. Well, you're not going to get very many good pitches to hit in the ball game. And if you're not patient enough to take them and take your base on balls, then you're going to end up getting yourself out an awful lot.
The 0-1 to Betancourt. He missed it, 0-2. And if you're Prince Fielder right now, you got to know you're going to take walks, even if you don't want to, because he's been so hot. And the Cubs have worked around him as often as possible in this series. And Betancourt strikes out in a foul tip.
That's a perfect example of what we're talking about right there. The difference between a guy like Prince Fielder who won't chase pitches out of the zone and a free swinger like Betancourt who swung at 3 pitches that weren't close to the strike zone.
Yeah, the term is the batter getting himself out, and I think that just happened. You could say the same about the Soriano pinch hit at bat, first at bat off the DL, certainly, but had a lot of trouble with the breaking stuff off the plate. And ball 1 to Lucroy. And you alluded to it this weekend when the Yankees come in. Going to be a lot of long grinding at bats with all the walks that team takes, and that's always been the case, certainly since Joe Torre started managing them, and now Joe Girardi.
And certainly against some opposing pitchers, there's no future in taking a lot of pitches because you're going to find yourself behind in the count. And if they've got a nasty out pitch, whether it be a slider, a splitter, whatever the pitch may be, that they can get you out when they get to a 2-strike count, well, then it's not uncommon for an entire offense to attack that pitcher earlier in the sequence. But I'll tell you, referring to the Yankees once again, it would be worth the price of admission just to count the number of 3 ball counts that their hitters are going to get this weekend.
Fly ball, and Fielder ready to tag. Johnson makes a catch. Here comes Fielder. Slight hesitation, but he kept on running. He's going to get in. Throw to third late. Hart moved up a base as well. So it's 9-5 on the sac fly by Lucroy. I could be wrong, but it looked like Fielder just a slight hesitation, thought about not going.
And then another slight hesitation once again for Giovanni Soto as that runner's going to third. It looked like he had to re-grip the baseball. We saw it happen on the strikeout of Niger Morgan earlier in the game when he just didn't seem to have a good handle on the baseball. And then once again right there at a play at third base, it just didn't seem to have a good grip on the baseball, had to reload, and by the time he got rid of it, the runner was safe at third.
Pinch hitter Mark Kotze takes a strike. Well, you think about Braun and Fielder as the RBI men, but they've been the table setters tonight. They've combined to score 6 times. They have no RBIs. The guys behind him in the order have knocked him in. McGee, Hart, Betancourt, and Lucroy back to back to back to back in the Milwaukee order, all with 2 RBIs. One and one to Kotze. This does take the save chance away for Axford, and Sergio Mitre, the former Cub, has joined him in the Brewers pen. Kotze fights it off. They had him loaded with nobody out. Now there are 2 gone, a run in, and 2 more in scoring position.
Judging from the last couple swings from Mark Kotze, this may be exactly the opposite of what Scott Sanderson was talking about. This might be an at-bat where you try to put a little bit more on it. He has been some kind of tardy.
That 4 a.m. wake-up call is going to come early for you. I know you like to run 10 miles on day games.
Yeah, I might cut back to 8 miles.
Okay. Slacking off. 2-2. He got him. Could have been worse. They get 1, but remember they had 3 on with nobody out. We're going to head to the bottom of the 9th. 9-5 Brewers. Future Hall of Famer Frank Thomas will join pregame live. Cubs GM Jim Hendry, Chairman Tom Ricketts will join us in the booth. The best coverage of the Crosstown Classic is on Comcast Sportsnet. Fans' best friend. Oh, you stole your hat?
I wondered where it went.
Here's John Axford.
Big strikeout totals for Axford. 40 in just over 30 innings of work. Good fastball in the mid-90s. Throws a curveball and a slider.
Facing Reed Johnson. High for ball one. Doesn't apply tonight because a 4-run lead means no save chance, but he has saved 42 of 47 since becoming the Brewers closer on May 23rd of last year. Puts him in the top 4 in save percentage during that stretch. Heath Bell 53 for 55 for the Padres going back to May of 2010. Johnson hit a 3-run homer to make it a 1-run game in the 5th. We've seen him maybe in spring training, but it'll be my first look in person at Zach Greinke on the mound during the regular season tomorrow against Matt Garza. Greinke started the year on the DL with a rib injury, 6-1, but he has a 4.69 ERA. Base hit left field.
Can't throw it high enough for Reed Johnson not to make contact. He's a dead high ball hitter. Tomahawks that one through the hole in the left side for a leadoff hit here in the 9th. Keep the line moving.
By the way, partner, we want to send out congratulations to your son Michael, who has made the Florida State League All-Star team. He'll compete for the North squad. He and infielder Matt Serta named as All-Star replacements. That is outstanding.
You know what that means? On a plane Friday night
That's
to
right.
Clearwater.
This weekend, yeah.
Yeah, the game is 7 o'clock in Clearwater on Saturday night. Fly back here Sunday morning.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. And this comes from our loopy truck, production truck people who've been here for 14 hours. They said, was Serta a sleeper pick?
Oh, man.
That's not my call. Had way too much coffee down there.
Yeah, considering the time, we'll accept that.
And a strike to Ramirez. Also at Single A Peoria, infielder Elliot Soto has been added to the Western Division team for the Midwest League All-Star game. Chiefs have matched a club record with 7 players chosen. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
I'll tell you what, though, Len, it's pretty hard to top what the Tennessee Smokies were able to do. 12 players going to the All-Star game,
including DJ LeMahieu, who would rather be here, but named an All-Star.
That's half your roster.
Kind of putting you on the spot. You remember how many D Cubs made it? It's got to be like
I think
8
with
or 9.
the addition of Michael and Matt Serta, I think it was 7.
Okay,
I think it was for the D Cubs.
that's a good number. As Johnson will take second without a throw. He should have a lot of All-Stars. They have the record they have. 46-19 going into play tonight. How long is their break?
That's a good question. I think it's 3 days.
Okay, kind of like here.
Yeah, and then they get 1 day off for the Major League All-Star game. The Daytona Cubs actually dropped a smoke-shortened game tonight. Apparently there were some fires in the vicinity, and the smoke blew through Jackie Robinson Stadium, and it became a visibility problem. They had to cancel the game, or rather stop the game.
Three and one the count. Ball 4 to bring up Kosuke. And St. Louis lost earlier tonight, so the Brewers with a chance to go up by a game in the Central Division. Axford struggling with a strike zone here. Well, he put a cowboy hat on him and some spurs, and he's right out of the HBO show Deadwood.
Town ain't big enough for the two of us. The Cubs just like to get one more batter on base. At least give Blake DeWitt a chance to tie this ball game with a long ball.
They are within slam range at 9-5. One and two on Fukudome. Here's the pitch. He got him. 3 strikeouts in the inning for the Brewers closer. And the Brewers take game 3, 9-5. The Cubs still with a chance to win this series tomorrow as Matt Garza and Zach Greinke will pitch at 1:20. Time now for a GMC player of the game. Again, Ryan Braun's paid to drive in runs, but Bobby scored 3 of them tonight.
Yeah, a couple of doubles and a single. He was in the middle of everything offensively for the Brewers tonight. I believe he's still the leading vote getter for the All-Star game in the National League, and probably get a few more votes after tonight.
So the Brewers will go for the split. The Cubs with a chance to take 3 of 4 tomorrow. That's going to wrap up our game coverage. Stay tuned for Coors Light post-game live. The final tonight, the Brewers 9 and the Cubs 5. Our next Cubs telecast here on Comcast Sportsnet Friday, noon for our special pregame show. Bob and I hit the air at 1. Joe Girardi and the Yankees are here for the first time since '03. In-game scoring provided by ScorePad. And now for Bob Albrecht, Dave Turner, Tamara Anderson, our entire crew here at Wrigley. Len Casper sending it over to Dave Kaplan in our downtown CSN studios.